Okay. Let's see what we got here. Hmm. Okay. I think everything is set up and working right. Let me just take a little peek see at my audio if that's coming through. Okay. Oh yeah, it is. Let's go. Okay, so something I was just working on that I think is kind of cool is a particle system that kind of splats blood like this, where the particles are only so big when they come out of the initial like flying through the air stage, but then once they hit, they kind of get bigger in scale. And this is kind of sweet looking. I mean, it's all, you know, very basic cards with no texture or like no what's it called, like normals or anything, and like I need to work on the materials and stuff a little bit more, but the actual particles doing the little splat effect I think is a lot more effective than I anticipated it being, like just significantly more. So like when I look at my little particle effect here, this is just what I've been working on today. I was going to use some of the new Niagara fluids, and they just were not performant enough, nor were they intuitive enough for me to quickly make anything. Like I really just was digging through countless modules and stuff and just could not fucking understand them for the life of me. So I wanted to do something kind of similar, which is to emit a bunch of cards, which are way cheaper, just like doing this. They just kind of look bad, and so everything I was trying with like enabling collisions and enabling let me actually just show you what this looks like without any collisions or alignment stuff or any of the splatting modules that I just added here. So by default, this is kind of what these look like, right? Which, like, it's okay, I guess. It's not great. It's definitely just not that interesting. Like, you know, this kind of gets the job done, I guess, in a pinch, but it just doesn't feel, it feels more like a bunch of little fucking, I don't know, pieces of sediment are getting emitted out of him. So like just seeing how they hit the ground and stuff, you know, they would just align to the camera, which also looks pretty funky when they're like on a surface, and I want them to feel like they're stuck on that surface. But if I see, the first thing was aligning sprite to mesh orientation, which looked way better. First of all, like, you know, the sprites land on the floor and then they look like they're actually on the floor, or like on any surface for that matter. The problem is that if you notice, while they're in the air, they're always facing up. It's like nothing. So it doesn't look that bad when they're on the surface. Like, that looks way more like a blood splatter to me than the cards just facing up at whatever angle they hit. But now, in just doing the surface alignment, you end up kind of with this weird result where the sprite is not facing the camera ever. Oh my god, it's just so fun to shoot this fucking guy. The sprite is never facing the camera, outside of when it's actually laying on top of an object, which admittedly looks good then, but it doesn't really work. So I found a little tutorial for doing some like a Boolean triggers, so that in the air, as long as the particle is not colliding with anything, it aligns to the camera, which now makes it so that at any angle you view this from, it always looks like a full blood chunky splatter coming out of someone. And then once it actually hits the surface, it aligns with the surface. So kind of gets rid of that initial, like, oh, that does not look good coming out of them, but also fixes like the splat looking effect on the ground. So then the last thing that I just was thinking about, once I figured out how to do the Boolean detecting that we're on the ground or not, was if I just increase the size of the particle. It is pretty extreme right now just for testing purposes, but increasing the size of the particle once it collides with something, and that was far more convincing for a blood splatter than I kind of anticipated it being. Like, that just, it looks really great, you know? Like, it feels like a chunk of blood hits the ground and then thins out and spreads, and that just, oh. I really do want to see if I could use this for a similar effect in detecting the collisions and disabling gravity or something, so that way maybe this could also splat on the walls. I think would look really fucking cool. But let's see. Oh yeah, a little extreme right now. And it definitely gets a little funky when self-colliding with them. So that's definitely something I'm gonna have to try and figure out. Maybe not putting the ragdolls in the same particle collision channel or something like that, so it doesn't detect and hit the ragdolls. But let me try doing like 2.5 times as big once it splats on the ground. That doesn't look nearly as aggressive. Oh yeah, that's just goopy gamer blood everywhere, huh? Okay, let me try also making maybe my initial particles a little smaller here, and then that splat can be a little bigger. Oh yeah, that's way more of a chunky blood hit. That feels significantly better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now this is just so fucked up. This is what making games is all about right here. This is really all I want to play, honestly. But now, actually, it's probably going to look a little bit better since these are a lot smaller. Let me first lower the amount of particles, see how few I can get away with. Cut that in half. Yeah, these seem like they're going to blend a lot better with like a little blood mist particle that kind of goes in the air or something. I think that'll look a lot better. So let me see here. Right, I want to do a and then, oh, I probably just need to make the shape a little bigger here. Yeah. Nice. Ooh. Ooh, this is a real good idea. If I take the splat size multiplier and let's make this a random range, I think that's actually going to be huge for doing like a way more varied feeling splatter. Oh God. All right, I think I've got too much kind of random deviation just in like where they're all pooling up. I don't want it to feel like it's going anywhere. I still want it to feel kind of directional. And then let me actually change this. Not using the hit normal anymore. I was kind of thinking the hit normal could be cool for getting like you shoot someone in the arm and it wings them and then it spurts blood out from there, but it kind of just feels disconnected from where you're shooting them. It's significantly less satisfying that way, I think. And now I think I need to go 0.25 and I don't think that's a big enough yeah, cylinder. Yeah, let's try that. Oh, and then let's make this, yeah, a little bit bigger since some of them are not going to be as big. I don't think I mind that a few every now and then will be significantly larger splats. Just try and make it feel a little bit more blood chunky. Yeah, that looks a little better. Still feel like it's just like the cylinder size. It's just not Or maybe... And we can go... Okay, and I think my initial size is probably too small with that, so let's go like 1. Okay, and then splat size, let's go smaller here, and make these all slightly bigger. Okay. And then, I feel like it's still, there's something that just doesn't quite, let me just try bumping this up again. I think it might just be like the amount of particles I'm emitting just feels kind of lackluster. And then let's also make the shape smaller again. Okay, so let's make this 1.5, and then let's make all of the particles a little bit bigger. Okay. I think what I kind of also need to do is just do less of them, but make the ones that do splat bigger. I don't know, that's not too bad, honestly. It's also probably a good time to stop thinking about this. All right. definitely just need less velocity. It's so hard to like fine tune some of this stuff where it just doesn't quite feel like it's ever sitting right where it should. Hmm. I wonder how random float from curve works. I've never used a curve as like a... Not the worst. Actually, that's kind of getting significantly closer than what I was thinking it would do. Um, hmm. Definitely still too consistently landing. Maybe try... Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So confused by the constrained to radius thing because it doesn't feel like this is actually constraining the velocity to a radius. Oh, okay, okay. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. So hmm. Okay, I think that's starting to just look a little bit like the actual kind of I need like just a little bit of like random spread on there, so I think it splatters a little bit better, but still feels kind of directional. It's like really hard to find the balance of like, yeah, that's significantly better, I think. You've got like the main pool and then a couple little pieces that kind of like split off of that, which I think is pretty great. Now let's turn off the way that this is also hitting the ragdolls here. Huh. Yeah, I don't necessarily want this to collide with anything that can move because it's not going to look very good if it can. Now that's very odd as well because that shouldn't be hitting him at all, I didn't think. Hmm. No, it feels like some of the sprites are just automatically like getting a collision from nothing, which feels like self-collision or something, but I don't think that's possible. Like, there shouldn't be any sprites in this simulation ever doing the splatting and like facing up thing. Oh, and then let's do particles. Velocity. And we'll say particles. Velocity. And we'll lerp from this to that, and we'll do a, let's say, rename this to just splat on collision. And then this needs to go to multiply by vector, and we'll say splat velocity multiplier. Oh, this needs to not be that. This needs to be a let me copy that, and to remove, it should be a float. And remove that. Okay. Let's also make this emitting more so I can fucking test some shit. Okay, that's starting to get there. But that collision facing is not correct either. Let's come back over here. Let's also just make the lifetime of these a little shorter for now. Okay. So I need the align on collision. Something isn't right here. Sprite facing should go towards the camera vector. And this is when we've collided. 0, 1. Oh, that's very interesting. Hmm. Let me add a sphere in here. Oh, interesting. Does that just not work because it's a perfectly flat up and down wall? What the hell? I mean, that's just so strange. Huh. Okay. Hmm. I would expect that that multiplier's working. Huh. Man, that is really frustrating. That just doesn't work when it's perfectly up and down. So there's just got to be something to do then with alignment, no collision. Okay, so if is there like a select if takes multiple inputs and passes through the one chosen by the selector. Vector. Bool integers or enums. So if I split that pin, I haven't really worked with there we go. If this round this is such a wildly roundabout way. If this int okay, so if this okay, hold on, select is not going to work like I thought it would. Oh, maybe huh. I mean, I'd like to say if y equals 1 on our sprite alignment, then it should be like 0.99 or something. So maybe I can go okay, so maybe what do I think about this? This goes here. Then we make a new, choose between a float. So y greater than or equal to int float. If y is greater than or equal to 1, select float 0.99, and then else set it to 1. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is use this like a multiplier. So that way when we are aligning against a wall and the y is supposed to be the same exact up that the wall is at, we multiply it by 0.99 so that it is slightly off axis of the wall. And I think then when it's not, we just multiply it by 1 and it'll be whatever it's supposed to be. So let's do make vector, and we'll say sprite alignment break. And we'll say multiply this and this, which can go into our y pin, and our x can be what it was, and our z can be what it was. And then this becomes our new default sprite alignment, right? And apply that. Oh boy. Why did compilation fail? What do we get here? Okay. So I don't think I understand how the selector is supposed to work for this, because I don't think I'm supposed to feed this to it 3 different times. But hey, if true, it should be 0.99. If false, it should be 1. And then there is also the selector, I guess, but still not quite it. So oh, it's the sprite facing and sprite alignment that I have to compare, not just the sprite alignment by itself, because that's always going to be the same thing. Mr. Cookie, what's going on, bro? Prince Akpotweer? Akpotweer? What's going on? All right. So how do I compare that? I need to get my, let's break this and say if this y is equal to this y, not just if they're greater than 1, then we should do any of this shit. I don't know if these are how the multiples work, but maybe let's see. It's an African name. Can you spell out how to pronounce it, like the phonetic spelling? So that I don't have to butcher your name. Oh man. Apply. That's probably a good idea. And then I don't think this needs to be a multiplier as well. I think that can just be a straight up. And then, yeah, I'm changing the alignment here, but I think I need to change the facing. I think the alignment is actually the wrong thing to be adjusting here. I wish I had better understanding of what the fuck I was doing. Okay, give that a shot. Oh, right. And then sprite alignment here, whereas this is now the facing alignment. So something like that. God damn. I don't know why that's so difficult. It's so frustrating because it looks so good when it's not stuck on the fucking wall. All right, I'll have to come back to this at a later date. I think it's good enough for now. Oh, there's actually like a... Oh, wait. Is that straight up and down? It is. It's so frustrating, literally any amount of adjustment. I know what the thing is, I just wish I had a better understanding of Niagara to be able to like fix this problem. Whatever. It's good enough for now. It'll do. None of this shit is doing anything for me, so let's just get rid of all that. And toss all this down here for now. So I think the next thing I got to work on today here is trying to figure out how to do damage stuff to different limbs and multipliers based on what you're hitting. So like headshots doing more damage, legs doing less, etc., etc. Right, and let's make this one-time particle effect. And do a quick little test here. Now, those should not be colliding at all with him. So, what's the fucking deal? Should only be tracing on world static. Try visibility, maybe. I don't know. That's certainly not better. God, that would look great if I could just get rid of that fucking Splat on collision. Oh, I bet that where I put this would change. Oh yeah, I can't use the collision until after. That makes sense. That does make sense. Okay. World static. I might just have to disable the no gravity thing for now. It'd be cool, but I just don't think that's actually gonna work here. And I need to get on to some other actual fucking effect shit. Splat on collision. Right. Just remove that for now. Okay. Oh, that's also doing if it has collided. That's interesting. But not if it is colliding. So system overview. Let's go back to this back down here. Now, Apotowere? Is that right? I mean, outside of how white I'm saying it. Okay, so that's still not getting collisions. Apotowere? Apotowere. Hmm. Like, I need to get... Hmm. So... maybe that. Maybe it's just collision valid versus has collided. I think has collided is just permanently altering once it detects a collision. Whereas I need something that's getting if it's currently colliding or not. And I don't know why. Particles. Also, why can I not make this fucking window bigger, dude? So I might need to heat up some more coffee in a moment or two. Slides this frame, particle on screen. Let's collide this frame. Seems like it would be the one I want. It is correct. A Potawere. Let's go, dude. Fuck. Why? It's like so close. Oh, I might also have just broken some of my alignment code. No, I don't think I did. That should be fine. Sprite facing. Oh, camera vector. Whoops. Let's just get rid of all this. This is distracting me. I can't fucking tell what I'm trying to do here. Sprite alignment or alignment with no collision. Sprite facing or no collision camera vector. Right. I think that's correct. Let's see here. Oh, I should apply things, right? Yeah, what am I fucking doing? I keep forgetting that the modules need to be like compiled or whatever separately. Okay, opposite of what I need. I need to go like this and like that. Okay. See how this looks when I actually shoot him. Now, if I could just make him not collide. Oh, wow, that's kind of goopy. Let me try making these. Okay. So See, I don't get it because this is tracing world static, but my human mesh isn't static, so I don't understand how it's tracing and hitting it. Like if I go, oh, could it be my capsule component or something maybe? No, there's like hardly anything in here. Also just not static. Okay. Okay, I gotta do some Googling here, I think. Niagara. Search up Niagara collision hitting, and immediately Google says hitting the gritty. Collision, hmm. Oh, I bet if I use a curve for this, I can make Uh, Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna start making some coffee. I'll be right back. Let's see. Okie dokie. Got myself some coffee. Got a little toast. Let's go ahead and make the rest of the game, I guess. Excuse me, sign. I'm busy here. All right, let's just take the amount spawn down. And then we'll do and then we'll do oh my. Whoopsie fucking daisy. Gotta get him out of this little corner I made. Okay. A little more toast. Okay. Maybe I should turn my screen on so you guys can see what I'm doing. Hmm. I think that'll do for now. Mhm. So, my basic idea for doing collisions and doing different kinds of limb-based damage is pretty rudimentary, I think, where I'm going to have a list of, probably a map, actually, of bones and their bone modifiers. And when getting hit, I'll check the bone and see if the name contains something that matches up with the map, and then I'll multiply that damage by something. Which I think should be a pretty good baseline implementation. But we'll see. So let's first do a new float map. Or I guess this would be a name map with floats attached. And we'll call this limb damage map. Or I guess we'll just say damage multiplier map. Okay. So let's try just going head 2.5 times the damage. And then we'll try chest does nothing. And then we'll say bicep. This will be 0.9 times. Or actually, I think it kind of seems reasonable to do biceps and thighs maybe as whatever its damage is. Let's just try 0.9 for now. And then we'll do forearm, and this will be 0.8. I don't know. This is all just values off the top of my head. Hands can be 0.5. Really seems pretty invaluable to shoot someone in the hands. Outside of like probably I'll do something where if you get shot in the hand, it drops your gun. But then let's do thigh and 0.9. And then we'll do calf 0.8. And then we'll do foot. And this will be 0.5. And let's take these 0.8s and make them 0.7s. Right, as you start to miss off-center mass of your target, definitely should be worth less. Oh, and then let's do neck as a... We'll do 1.5. Not quite as valuable as a headshot, but that should still be a nice solid whap. So let's do damage. Now it's gonna be such a wonderful time cleaning all of this shit up. Okay. Those down here. So we receive some point damage. Now, the very first thing I wonder what kind of stuff the damage type, because I still am not 100% sure like how exactly damage type is supposed to play into like the what's it called? Like damage calculation stuff. Like, I would assume that a damage type is supposed to be able to actually calculate the damage that it's doing to something, but I don't think that's actually how damage types work. Like, do I want the bullet to calculate the damage? Well, I guess that would make sense if... What do I... There's no functions that are built... Literally no functions built into damage type. Like, I kind of don't get exactly, like, what I'm supposed to be using this for. It's obviously convenient for, like, the impulses and stuff, but... Let's see here. Yeah, that's definitely what I wanted. Make that window as big as 2 of my monitors. Hmm.
Hello. The video.
I love it when YouTube just loads in like 144p. Okay. Okay, so then let me get my bullet and see how that's actually applying this code. Applying point damage. Oh, this should be impact point, hit result location. So I think this would be the impact point. Let's try the location. And then we'll do minus. Our actor location. God, this is all such a fucking disgusting mess. I haven't come back to like any of this bullet damage code since I like first set it up like months ago. Ugh. Definitely needs an overhaul. Okay. Hit results. Got it. Okay. Let's move you down here. So we apply damage to our actor. Let's not do that multiplication in here. I know that's going to be adding health right now, but that's fine. Um. Okay. You like blueprints more than C# in Unity? Faster iterations? Sizzlerb? Sizzlerb, is that it? They're both totally different, I think, the way that you kind of have to interact with them. I used Unity to make a bunch of games over, I don't know, like 8 years or something like that. And first of all, they're both programming. Like, regardless, you're doing the same logic, whether or not you're doing that visually or you're doing that in code. But I think, thing that I've come to enjoy maybe about blueprints is when you're just trying to experiment and like find you're not 100% sure what the idea is or like what the logic of something is in your head. Blueprints makes it really easy to just like right click and go, oh, I think I'm looking for a node that has something to do with like particles or something like that. What are all of the nodes that have something to do with particles? Like that kind of stuff makes it really easy to prototype. And at first, I think I maybe misunderstood like I definitely heard over the years that Blueprint was great and it's really fast and stuff like that, but I think it really started to like connect and make more sense when I started to understand that aspect of it. Like, I always felt like C# was fast, but it's also like manual programming. You're typing every single letter, every single character. If you forget the syntax, if you forget a colon or something here or there, you're just it's not gonna work, and then you're gonna have to like sit there and debug something. And not that you don't debug with blueprints, and not that you don't accidentally forget to like keep a pin connected or something, but like the ease with which you can have a loose idea and like kind of experiment for it feels so fast. It's like lightning quick, which is really, really cool. And also, I don't know, I'm using C++ for a lot of stuff as well, and like I don't think blueprints are a replacement for programming, and I don't think and I mean, they're not intended to be. Like, there's certainly things that blueprint is not great at, but in terms of like what I've been able to make in blueprints, like basically everything you see on screen right now, all the logic of the shooting, my characters moving, camera switching, the running around, procedural stepping, and all of the animations is using control rig, but all of that's interfacing with blueprint. Him reaching dynamically for his gun, no matter where it is, that's all set up through control rig, but through blueprint as well, and being fed into it. My character is 100% physics based all the time. And like all of the logic to make that happen has been done in blueprint. So it really feels like just such a powerful tool that like you can kind of do anything that the engine has to offer. And it's just more of a matter of like, do you like know exactly what you're looking to do and what you're looking to accomplish? But like every single piece of the logic in the game right now is started off in blueprint, and at some point maybe there's a little bit of C++ that is not in any stuff that you see on screen right now, but like targets that are moving and all of that, like all of their lerps and like movement and stuff was set up in blueprint. Blueprints are really fucking powerful. If you're feeling like you want to try it, it's definitely I think easier to start learning blueprints than it is to start learning programming in general. But I mean, like, it is programming, like it is the same shit. It's just a different kind of way to interface with it, and with some restrictions and caveats here and there. But I don't think it's like a deal breaker, certainly. But I also just don't really have any interest in using Unity anymore in C#. I really like C#. Like, I love the syntax of it. I used it for years. It's great. It's the best. Like, it's so easy and intuitive to remember and like understand the syntax. But like, C++ is just like so ass. Like, I hate C++. It reads terribly. It formats terribly. Like, I'm sure better programmers would maybe like it more or something, but like, I find C++ to just be like a fucking abomination to look at and try and skim through and read and like understand. Like, when I'm going through the docs and I have to go through 2 separate files and like all of the, you know, kind of boilerplate syntax that feels like it doesn't really accomplish anything, and then all of like the symbol syntax that's just like an asterisk or an ampersand, and not just the way that C# functions, where you just write out a word and then you read that word back in English and it makes sense as a sentence when you are reading your code out loud to yourself, whereas having to interpret symbols as words just feels slow. And maybe after years of using C++, I'll eventually become really comfortable with it, but like, that single aspect alone to me just makes C++ just feel like the slowest thing to try and learn and read and remember. If that answers your question. Okay. So we're gonna apply some damage to this guy from the bullet. Now here we're going to take our damage type, and what we need to do is damage type, and we'll go function. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, wait. I need to go interface. That's what I need. And let's also rename that damage type interface to just fucking... let me add to favorites, damage types. Okay, and then let's rename this bullet damage type. Okay, so now a bullet, let's, what do we need here? For all the stuff I have right now, I need to pass in the damage amount. Do I need to pass in the hit location? Actually, yeah, it'd probably be better to have all of this stuff just in the damage type calculator instead of any of this being located on the human. Thank you for answering my question. Yeah, I feel like Unity is such a drag. I know it's possible to make a game fast, but for example, if you want to make a pizza delivery game, you have to call up Papa John's. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Unity is quite fast. Like, if you're comparing it to like even Godot, like, I started making this game in Godot earlier this year, and Unity has just more time in development and a bigger team and more money dumped into it. So there are a lot of tools that make it really great as an engine, and it is kind of a bummer that they've just been like the past like 4 or 5 years just kind of shitting on their core user base and like trying to just extort them for money. create a C# script for a customer field of view. Then you have to create a script for customer behavior, and it doesn't sound like much, but it's not intuitive working in Unity. Something I think Unreal maybe is going to feel bad at first that feels way better in Unity at first. Sorry, let me speak in English. Something that I think when you first start using Unity feels better and feels really bad in Unreal, and I think over time eventually swaps, is like the component system. Like in Unity, everything that you do is a game object, more or less, and then has components that give it behavior. And in Unreal, it's pretty similar. Like, this is an actor, and it has a bunch of components that give it a bunch of behavior. But in Unity, when you have a game object like your person, and you want like the hat to talk to the character mesh, you would go to like the character mesh, and you would like take the hat and you drag and drop it into your details panel on top of that character mesh, and then bingo bango bongo, those two things are connected. And Unreal doesn't quite let you do that with a lot of stuff. Like when you have variables in a script, the hat's probably a bad example because you literally just use a socket that exists on the mesh. But when you're trying to set any variables via the editor, it's like very, very obtuse, and most of the time you can't just drag and drop something in the editor. And at first, for Unity's sake, that feels very fast and it feels very powerful because you're just like, oh, I can just drag and drop things where I need them. I don't even have to set that variable programmatically or anything. And so it feels really quick. But then what you start to realize, I think, and I'm only just getting to this point now, like I've been working on this project in Unreal specifically for give or take a year or 8 months, something like that. I was working on this project for about a year, but specifically working on this project in Unreal for about 8 months. And that was like a real big point of frustration for me, was not being able to quickly set things up in prototype, because like even using Blueprint, like you have to like cast a bunch of stuff. But then what I think I started to realize the longer I've spent in Unreal is that Unreal doesn't let you do stuff quickly that will break your project like long term. Like Unity has a bunch of stuff that it does that's really nice in the moment, like dragging and dropping in the editor to like set variables and set things up for your components, or like referencing inside of an actor with its own components and all that kind of stuff. But I think what ends up happening from that is, as your project gets bigger, unless you're really, really careful and you're really, really aware of all those connections that you've been manually dragging and dropping, is you kind of end up in a space where you no longer can do a lot of stuff programmatically because a lot of stuff was set up manually in the editor. So like if you have a character and you're like, oh, I want to give him a weapon, so I made like a weapon slot object space on him, and then I just dragged and dropped it in the editor, and then later it turns out you want to make pickups that swap that out dynamically at runtime, or like you jump into a new level and you want it to every new level you want to start with a new weapon, specifically for that level. You either have to really rigidly set that level up every single time, and every time you put in that character into the world, you have to manually drag and drop a weapon or whatever thing you want to use. Whereas Unreal kind of doesn't let you do a lot of that dragging and dropping behavior, which feels really bad in the moment when you're first starting out, because you're trying to find like the easier, intuitive way to do something. But in the long haul, I've found that like it makes all of the systems I set up have to be built more or less like properly from the beginning. So it maybe has a longer setup time for certain types of interactions like that, but then it becomes like a really robust feeling, like flexible feature that's integrated into all of your stuff, because you had to actually think about how to program it into the thing, whether or not you're using C++ or Blueprint. And it's not that you can't do a bunch of shitty coding practices and like make a terrible fucking game in Unreal that tanks your performance and casts every time and loads up every item in your game all at once because you just didn't care to like try to do anything in a more performant way. But generally speaking, Unreal feels a lot more rigid, and it's not really, it doesn't feel like it's explained well in the docs. But what that does lead to is your game, it feels rigid when experimenting, but then when in practice and you're actually using it, it feels like it just won't break, which is really cool. And something that I felt like Unity I never quite had was like the longer I worked on a project, the more I felt like, oh man, I wish I had set up some kind of system for this to programmatically function from the start. So there was a lot more like full system refactors that I would do constantly in Unity. And I'm also like a better programmer now. So like caveat there, I guess, as well. That, you know, I don't find that I refactor an entire system, or if I do, it's a little bit more like, I know that I was in an experimental phase trying to figure out how something would work. And then the refactor is usually a much smaller task in Unreal, it feels like. Whereas Unity, very often, it would be like I have a whole system set up and designed for some kind of gameplay purpose, realize that there's some big restriction because I've been manually setting some things, and then you end up having to rewrite everything anyways, so you didn't end up actually saving any more time, and now you're like swimming in, you know, in between two things working and not working. So like, the intuitiveness, I think, will come with whatever you're doing, whatever engine you use. I don't think it really matters so much. Like your brain's gonna kind of, you know, assuming you like making games and you want to keep learning and trying new things, and you're okay with failing and trying again and making another game and another game. I think the intuitiveness of the engine kind of comes over time, no matter what. Like it's just a tool, and you become more familiar with that tool the more you use it. But I think the initial learning curve of both Unity, Godot, and like any other engine is significantly easier. And if you haven't done any programming, it might be somewhat easier to start with those other options. Though Blueprint is probably a great place to start for programming as well. I don't know. It really depends. Like, I think default blueprints, like I have a plugin called Electronic Nodes that like give me these nice clean 90-degree angles. And I think without this, I would hate programming in blueprints. Like when I watch tutorials or like I look up someone else's work and I'm trying to like follow their logic and I see the fucking spaghetti code, it like gives me anxiety. Like I cannot interpret that kind of code at all. Like it just does not work for me. So, you know, I think it just kind of depends on what you feel like your brain just like latches onto immediately. But the more I use Unreal, the more I'm like, oh, I'll just never use another game engine ever again. This is just way more powerful, way more flexible, has way more tools, and is way more of a fucking pain in the ass to learn. Like, holy shit, this game engine is fucking absurd. Like, it just feels so overkill at times, like truly just like, oh my god, like I don't even understand how to go about learning certain things in the engine. But the more time you spend in it and you start to kind of figure out how the engineers think when they make features, and then it becomes a little bit easier to like kind of sort through where you need to go to learn something or search for something. But Unreal is not easy to learn at all. It is by far the hardest thing I've ever tried to learn. And like, I've worked in a whole lot of different fields on from doing software stuff with programming kind of stuff to like video editing and like art and Blender and fucking compositing software and motion graphics. Like I've used every fucking creative tool program under the sun, and Unreal is like hands down 100 times harder to learn than any of them. There's just so much like engine that exists. It makes it a total fucking bitch. But when you do feel like you start to learn it and get a little bit more confident in it, it's just like incomparable. Like there's truly like not a lot that I think I certainly would not be this close to having like an actual prototype of my game working, that I'm going to be able to start like Speaking of which, crash immediately. That's so funny. Oh, right. I literally just enabled a damage interface and then didn't finish writing it. Anyways, as I was saying, I wouldn't be as close as I am to having like a working prototype of this game that is as fleshed out as it is, if it wasn't for Unreal. I had been waiting for Godot 4 to release with all their networking stuff and some of their networking tools that they were putting out with that to try and make this game. I had tried doing some networking and multiplayer stuff in Unity before and just never had any luck. Like, it never felt intuitive. I was always having to use plugins and third-party stuff, and it never felt integrated to the engine. And it always felt like I was like, I don't know, like doing something dirty that Unity isn't supposed to do by trying to make a multiplayer game. And Unreal is just built from the ground up to potentially be multiplayer. So if you're trying to make a multiplayer game as well, and you're not like a network engineer, I don't think there's another engine you should use. Unreal is just better. That being said, it's probably going to be a lot of long nights regardless. Making games is hard work and very complicated, and best of luck to you. Because goddamn, sometimes it can just be so fucking, how the fuck does this work? Okay. Calculate damage, and then we'll go need to add a vector. And shot from direction can go there. And I've subbed since your Unity active ragdoll video. Do you think it's better to make games fast in Unity? Also, I like the physics-based player controller you have. The strafing is good too. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, man, that it's crazy to me that that video has like 50,000 views or something like that over the past like 8 years. Thanks for sticking around. I don't know. I think games are slow to make no matter what you're doing. No matter what engine you pick, it's always going to be a challenge, and there's going to be stuff that's difficult, and there's going to be stuff that takes a long time, and there's going to be systems that you didn't realize were going to be harder to develop than they are, and stuff that just gives you trouble. So, like, ultimately, the engine of choice kind of doesn't matter. It's all going to be relatively the same. It just depends on the amount of work you're willing to like put into that. Oh, can damage types not spawn? Oh, wait. Yeah, that, what? Yeah, shot from direction. Make rotation. Weird. Okay. Sorry, I also got to try and keep doing some kind of work here. Yeah, the physics controller and active ragdoll stuff I think is also significantly easier to do in Unreal than any other engine. Like, there's just not tools that are comparable to Unreal's tools. In, let's see if this crashes my game. Oh, it didn't crash. Nice. Okay, cool. like oh god, dude, I need to fix that fucking left arm. Unreal has a experimental plugin right now called Physics Control that allows you to create joints and constraints that are physics based, either world space or bone parent space. And so none of this would be possible as far as I'm concerned, at least like without developing your entire own systems in Unity, like at all. The amount of stuff that's like built into Unreal, it also is like kind of frustrating because you'll very often start to write your own system. And I've kind of realized after like 8 months that most of the time, if you're about to write a system for something in Unreal, you should probably spend an hour just looking up what Unreal has in it. And if there's a plugin or if there's some checkbox or built-in thing part of the engine that already does what you're trying to do, because likely there is something that exists that already does what you're trying to do and you just need to go find it or figure out what it's called. That side of Unreal can definitely just be like the most annoying type of shit where it's just like, oh, I think I know exactly what I'm looking for, what I'm trying to do. And then you realize that you've spent 2 days coding something that just already exists in the engine and that you just didn't need to waste any time doing that. Okay. I don't think hit component needs anything. I definitely need to do... Well, to calculate damage on the damage type, right, I shouldn't do... I don't need the shot from direction. I do need the bone name, so let's do that. Whoops, name, bone name, and then we can go God, I wish I could just like rip this. Oh, can I? Variables, name, bone. Let's just say damage multiplier map. Oh yeah, that's just not gonna work, is it? Map of floats. Okay. Copy. Nice. Okay, cool. That actually worked. Damage type interface. Shot from direction. I can get rid of that. Phone name. I don't think I need instigated by or damage causer at this point. I don't think that's actually relevant yet. But I'm wondering if bullets should maybe be doing this themselves versus applying to the player. It's kind of difficult. Well, no, I guess it makes sense. The bullet calls to apply the point damage. It goes like, hey, I hit you. I'm trying to damage you. And then the player, if I ever have like an armor system or something like that, I think that's probably... Okay, so what I should do here then is go and make another thing. I'm going to need like a secondary interface here. Damage type, calculate damage. Oh, wait. Can I do an output? Oh my god, I can do an output. Yeah. Okay, so then this is going to be calculated damage. Okay. Refresh. There we go, calculated damage. Get damage, contains bone name, or I guess bone name dot, this should be toString, contains, oh. Actually, how do I do this? So I've got my map of bones, or partial names, and I need to check if a partial name of this exists in this map, which I'm not really sure how that will make sense in a way that's reasonably flexible. Okay, let me think about that in a moment. So bullets applying damage, and here. Like that, and then damage, we'll just do sign gate. Or I guess this can't be signed. I'll be back at work. Oh, just at work? Game looks good? Hey, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Hopefully I'll have something cool going on. I'm hoping to do my first test of the actual multiplayer stuff maybe sometime this weekend. Thanks for stopping in, bro. Okay. So human gets shot. Point damage is applied. We pass in damage and the bone name. Calculate that damage. And then we pass back the damage we need to do. So let's say multiply by -1 or something. Okay. So first of all, let's just hook that up. We'll get rid of that real quick. And we'll go. I'm gonna need a sequence here. Okay. Or I guess this should be a second one here. Yeah, that makes more sense. This is our return, so we're gonna do all of our logic. We'll do new variable, calculated damage. It's the same shit, whatever. Just be a float. Oopsie daisies. Okay. So we return that calculated damage, and then we call damage health on ourselves. And I should also do right. I guess the damage type should do the visuals or calculate the visual stuff. I'm trying to add a leveling system to my tower in game. Basically, the player uses resources they gather to make the tower better from watchtower level 1 to 4. Do you know how to do that? I mean, depending on what you're trying to do, you could just use the tower level as like a multiplier. Like if you had let me come over here to a blank class real quick, see if I can illustrate this real quick. So like if you had a tower level integer, right? And this is, let's say, level 1. And then we do a this is like the most off the top of my head quick and dirty solution. We'll do let's say power level increase per level, and then that's like, so let's say you want your power level to increase by 10%, so 0.1. I would do like a multiply tower level times, or tower level, what is this? Tower level times power level increase. And then this would give us our power level bonus. And then we would set that to be this, right? So now we've got our tower is level 1, and 1 times our power level increase per level is going to give us 10%. That's our power level bonus. And then we have our total power level. I don't know. And our total power level. And this is equal to our base power level plus the power level bonus. And then so now you have a total power level, you have a base power level. So if your base power level is 1, we'll say 10. We'll say our base power level is 10, and our tower level is, so we'll say instead of power level bonus, we'll say this is tower level bonus. That makes more sense. So now our tower level is 1. Our power level increases 10% per level. And so our tower level power bonus is now getting set off of this to be, it would be 0.1 if we set it. So now our base power level of 10, we just add the tower level power bonus, which is, as we set here, 0.1, so 10% or whatever, I guess, 10% of whatever our current tower level is. And then that sets it here. So that would be 10.1 in this case. But then if you did tower level 2, then this times the power level increase per level would be 0.2. And then you do base power level plus tower level power bonus. And then that's going to be 10.2. and so on and so forth. But if you started getting larger numbers with these, if you wanted, you could probably do something similar with like your just base power level and doing percentage increases off of that by sticking that in there. So now your base power level would get a 10% increase, which would put this at a value of tower level power, or this would be power level bonus, something like that. And then you would need to do how does that integrate to the tower level? I don't know. I don't know about doing percentages of that off the top of my head, but that's pretty much what I would do. You have like a tower level, whatever it's currently at, 1 through 40 or 1 through 4, as you said. So it's 4. Then power level increase per level. So this is just the amount you're going to add at the end onto your base power level based on the level you're currently at. So like this is, I guess, technically doing 10% per level. 10% of 1 per level. Sorry, that's why that's not really making a lot of sense. This would want to be like if you were trying, like say your base power level was 100 or something, you wouldn't want to add 100.1 to that. Like that just wouldn't be that useful. So you would probably want to do tower level, and then your power level increase per level, you could maybe do like, I don't know, let's say 5. So now we're at level 4. So 4 times 5, that's going to be 20. So our tower level power bonus is 20. And then our base power level adds our tower level power bonus, which is 20. And then that goes to our total power level, which would be 120. If that makes sense. That's my first thought on how I would accomplish that, I think. Something like that. Also, the VOD and whatever is like skimmable. You should be able to pause and go back if you want and look at any of that. But I'm going to get this out of my bullet blueprint here. I think that's pretty much where I would start. You don't know where to go for help with a lot of your questions? I feel it, man. Unreal is very fucking hard to learn. It really, it does get easier eventually, though. If you just keep bashing your head against the wall, eventually it will start to give. I'm like 8 months or so into learning Unreal, and I feel like I've got a pretty good grasp of most of it at this point, but I've also been making games and like doing programming for like 10 years or something like that. I use ChatGPT for a lot of my questions as well. It's definitely helped, but I found recently it just started getting kind of useless. Like it just started like throttling a lot of like its productivity levels and stuff. So I kind of just stopped using it in general for a lot of stuff. At least programming wise, I find that now most of the time, if I can figure out the actual logic of the programming, then I generally don't need to use ChatGPT. And I think lately I've been feeling pretty good about being able to figure out the logic of most things I'm trying to accomplish. Okay. So calculating damage, let's figure out how we're going to do this, because I need to use the bone name. Bone name. And let's do another sequence over here. Oh. Then let's make this to a string. And okay, let's do this in a really rudimentary way first. So for each thing in the damage multiplier map. Oh, can I not do that? Oh, weird. What can I do with this? I assumed that Hmm. Maybe I'm just gonna have to make this an array because I don't really care. Oh, there we go. Well, I mean, if I'm converting this to a fucking... Oh, no. I definitely want to keep the map name, the naming convention. Yeah, because I don't just want an array of stuff. I want specifically the names, right? Okay, this is fine. This does make sense. So our map, find damn. I don't know if there's maybe a contains. Let me just pull out all of these and see which one, if any, might be able to just keys. Okay, well, let's just iterate through the keys. Easier. Slide all this over here. So go to our damage multiplier map. We get all of the keys, all the bone names, and then we need to see if this array element or bone name contains a string as this as a substring. And if it does, we should set our, we'll say, bone damage multiplier. We need to, oh. Can I not set that? Bone damage multiplier. Okay. So if it does contain our damage multiplier map, and if it does contain the bone name that we passed in from the player, we then take our damage multiplier map and we get find we find this specific array element. Okay. Bone multiplier should be 1 regardless. And then we'll say let's just leave that as calculated damage. I'm overthinking the naming thing. Calculated damage. Oh, this actually needs to be not up there. Calculated damage. Let's just say final damage. Probably a terrible name as well. So we have our bone damage multiplier, whatever that's going to be. Then we come down here and let's make this its own function here. And this will be get bone damage multiplier. And input here is going to be name, bone, and then output is going to be, oh, this can be pure? Okay, cool. A float, and we'll say bone multiplier. This will be get bone multiplier. And we pass in bone name. And here we can go to the end of this. And instead of that, we just pass it to here. That's true. And we return out, which is totally great. I guess this should be, well, I can't iterate through this and not, like, I know this is a find, so let me see what other options there are for the map. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, turn that back out here. We're gonna get our bone multiplier, and let's set final damage to be get damage. Multiply it by whatever the bone multiplier is. Toss that in there. Okay. This will probably need an overhaul once I have like items that can like change or affect your like a helmet or armor type of deal, or just any kind of clothing that maybe changes the actual damage that could be done. I don't think that's necessarily something I want to implement now, but it's definitely a fucking rough sketch of how this should be implemented. Okay, I think I might be able to do a quick test here in just a moment. So we calculate damage. We go to our bullet damage type, and we start a sequence where we take our bone name, we get our bone multiplier, see if it exists in the damage multiplier map, check all the keys. If bone name contains one of these substrings in whatever the first one we check is, then we go to the damage multiplier map and apply it to the bone multiplier, which times by our damage, and we return our final damage. Okay, now we go to our human who gets that final damage, and they say damage health minus this. Okay, trying to organize that a little bit better. It's a little easier to look at. And then let's also put this in a function for on damage health, maybe. Okay, and get damage. I can also get rid of the map on the player because they no longer contain any of that info anyways. And slide all that over. Now, I don't think I fixed whatever thing was causing the crash, and I have a feeling that's me trying to get and pass to the damage type interface when we are damaged. I think something specifically about let's put that over here, and we can slide all this up as well. So I think something about passing in, well, that's the object type reference, so it should be valid. And also, I guess, yeah, if I was passing an interface that didn't exist, it wouldn't break. So let's just assume that's fine. Yeah, it did 45. I think that also did 45. Yeah. God damn it. Okay. So let's go ahead and print going to make this red, and we'll give it a 5-second thing, and calculated damage. equals this. Okay, now what are we calculating here as 0? Okay, let's just start printing things one by one here. Oh, first of all, let's get rid of that negative multiplier. That'll just be, let's do print. Image to calculate. This fucking orange. Oh. Now that's interesting. I think something's coming back a little funky from here. So look at this as well. Health minus damage. Truncate that. Cool, that's fine. So damage to calculate is 45. Damage multiplier map. Okay. And then well, I guess final damage should kind of always be 0. So true. So here we'll do this, and we'll move this guy to when this is finished iterating. Now if bone name has a substring that is something out of our map, we should find it and set our multiplier to it. Okay. And then we'll also print found multiplier, And oh, interesting. So the head is being found in the map, it seems like. Foot was found. Calf was found. Thigh was found. Pelvis was not found. Right. And if false, set multiplier to 1. There. I think that fixes it. I think it was just not finding the multiplier sometimes, and that was resulting in, instead of just being the base damage coming in. Yeah. Now that should not be 45 coming in with finding a multiplier of 0.9. And then we'll say print append final damage. And we'll make this one green. Hmm. Oh, I think this might be hitting the capsule component. Maybe not? Um, bullet step. Oh, it did find the multiplier of 2.5, but it didn't do it. Okay. Let's return whatever that should be. After we print it. Okay. Okay. No damage multiplier found. 0.7 found, but it isn't calculating anything any differently. Am I just printing the wrong value, maybe? I think I could just be printing the wrong value. No, final damage. Oh, there's a second return? What the fuck? I don't think I ever reached that, but... Oh, it was there, but I don't think that was what was causing the problem, because it was never being reached. Okay, so let's get the bone multiplier. Found bone. You gotta go. Thanks so much for the help. Hey, anytime, bro. Oh, that's why I'm fucking returning out. If we do find it, I do need to return this. Jesus Christ. Alright. I think this should hopefully... Just literally wasn't returning like the multiplier. It was always just gonna return 1. $31.5, 40.5, 22.5, 40.5, 31.5. Okay. So let's make that head multiplier bigger. $45. Huh. Okay. That all seems to work. Great. So we've got limb-based damage multipliers, which goes pretty hard, and then that's just contained on the damage type, so I don't even have to like alter any of that code later. I can I think do something. Let me actually just clean this up a little bit here before I fully abandon ever looking at this again for the next however long. Okay. So or I guess if this ever completes, I should just return 1 instead of setting this ever. And then I don't actually need that multiplier here because no sense in having an extra variable. I'm literally just returning it out. So I can delete that. Calculate damage. Go like this. Okay. So now I can also get rid of all this printing bullshit. And I can slide that up there. And I think that I think is going to be a really nice solution then. So let's see here. Damage event graph. Get rid of that. Toss that to there. Okay. So we take point damage and we send that to the damage type interface to calculate the damage. We pass in the damage type so that we can call on the interface. We pass in the amount of damage and the bone name we hit. None of this other stuff applies at the moment. Maybe there'll be a time when I check like you got shot in the back of the head or the back versus the forehead or something, but I don't think any of that is super relevant right now. So we send in the bone name, the damage amount, and the damage type, and then that goes to the damage type, which just returns with, it checks the bone name, goes to the bone multiplier, get bone multiplier, checks our damage multiplier map, which can have any number of bones specific, and these could be as granular as I wanted, and these will just be universal. So like any type of damage. Eventually I think this would probably be best to be on like a what's it called, a like data asset or something maybe, but for now I think this works pretty well. But I can map out different values to different bones. If it finds one of those, we return that multiplier specifically. Otherwise we just return 1 because I don't want to, if it's maybe a bone that I haven't thought about, I don't want to have to worry about whether or not it does any damage at all anymore or returns 0. So it should just always return at a base level. If it couldn't find a bone or a damage multiplier, then it just returns 1. But if it does find it, it returns that multiplier and then takes the damage, multiplies it by that bone specific multiplier, returns it back to our human, calls to damage their own health. So headshots are instant, chest shots take more. don't know if that's actually low enough on the leg. Yeah, I don't want... Maybe let's do... damage multiplier. Map. We'll do 0.8. 0.8. I think that should add another shot if you're shooting someone in the legs now. Yeah. If you're shooting in the calf. Still 5. 7. 5 in the arms. And then neck shot. Okay. Cool. Well, that's pretty sick. I'm gonna go heat up my coffee. I'll be back in a minute. That feels pretty good. That's a nice nice little implementation there that feels super lightweight, super extensible. It's gonna be so easy as I have different characters to just throw other values in this map. And then eventually, when I have multiple damage types, this map can just be a data asset that just is all of the damage multipliers for different types of bones. Fuck yeah. That feels really good. So I think after that, what does that leave me to actually start working on? I think I want to try and do something a little more creative, so maybe I'll try and get some footsteps happening with my character from control rig or something like that, doing like little events every time his feet touch the ground, so that way he makes little footstep noises. Though I suppose it might be a better idea to just do like some kind of just hits the ground impact noise and apply that to any mesh or any bone that hits something in the body above a certain threshold. So that way any step anywhere will just emit noises. Maybe. We'll see. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to heat up the coffee. Let's see here. And throw some music on for you guys as well. Why not? I'd like to thank you all for coming. This would probably mean a lot to a lesser man. Regardless, I can appreciate the sentiment. It's been a long time coming, and I'd like to make a toast. So let's all raise a glass to the greatest man I've ever known. Me. I'm Jesus Christ. You Judas life. Try to take my life. Better watch your leg, cause the shit's on sight. But the kid's not nice, you don't play that shit. He could take your life. Watch your wig get split, watch your wrist get sliced. Like the drip so slick, like my blood so cold, like a 6 on ice. Put a whip on side, get your ribs on 9. Got a motherfucker playing with my shit, dumb 9, so no, not mine. I lay them down, they get reclined. They try to slide, they get declined. The stories made up all the time, cause liars always feel inclined. I chose how I be defined. I'm the realest, no disguise. Got some shit that's on my mind. On my 6, you gonna die. Eating good all my life, so you know how I feel inside. I can't take no fucking wife. Ain't no bitch can't change my mind. I'm the greatest of all time. Knew I made it when they say that this shit happened overnight. Check the checks, earn my stripes. I kept working on my grind. There ain't nothing you can tell me about the game. This shit is mine. And to my enemies, I wish a long and prosperous life,
filled with many, many successes. I hope your wildest dreams come true. I hope you get everything you could ever wish for. Because in the end, you'll know, despite your best efforts, you could never compare to the one and only Lil Big Boy. Try to take my life, no way, can't die. Too great, no lie, can't change my mind. I'm the best out, who up next now? I took shots and no one's left now. Guess I'm right here, get you wiped out, get you piped down. Try to fight now, knock your lights out. I got sights up, lay you right down. Guess it's bedtime, best get quiet now. Please don't say none, boy, just pipe down. If you try to slash it by me, boy, just try me. Team on side me, guns on side me. Stoolies, pipies, trenches frightening. Weapons piling, homies wildin', phone is dialing. I got money on the side that I've been saving for some time to spend it all on taking lives from you and yours. Boy, I got minds, I got means, yeah, I got time. I'll take my life, I'll take yours too. I made my mind up, know just what I'll do. I know my time's up, that shit's run through. I got my sights on that diamond nose, and I'ma be a legend before too soon. Now, if you'll all excuse me, there's one final matter I need to attend to. Good night.
What's your emergency?
I gave my life to the game, I'ma die for the fame. Pray to God for the rain, and he overflowed my drain. Since day one, never changed, or switched up my lane. Greatest ever, my name, I'm legendary always. 500,000 in a safe, got it from making plays. Risked it all every day, got that cash money, no change. Now they checking out my way, I don't feel no ways. We are not the same, Lil Big Boy, my name. Yeah, I know killers, ballers, shooters. I got money in my future, I got honeys on my hip. I know boys that get you boosted. I got toolies, ratchets, clips, extendo mags that get you ripped. Don't you ever come up to me if you try to talk.
Okay, so there is something that I forgot about, and that is I accidentally turned off the blood spurting type vibe. So let's go ahead and get that back in here, shall we? On damage health, our health is greater than 0. That. So let's see. Our health is less than 0. I don't really want to. Oh, this is just if we die. So death is up here. Ooh, hot. So I think, let's see, where do I need to do? I need to go here. Actually, this should just be an on damage health, this function. And we'll say spawn emitter. Oh, I didn't think about attaching this to the character. That's maybe kind of a cool idea. Let me try that actually real quick. I know that the blood spurt itself is really fast, but it could be kind of nice if I make it take like a quarter of a second or something. So that way if the character's running or spinning and they get shot, it'll like emit and kind of spray. I think that could look really cool. So let's go spawn emitter attached. All of this shit can go down here. And let's see. Oh, this takes emitter templates. Oh, emitter, right. I need spawn system attached. And this is going to be hit blood, and then we'll attach to component mesh, and then our attach point name be bone name. And then we can say at this location and get make rotation from, I think it's X, and keep relative offset. Auto activate pooling method. Automatically respec. Yeah. Auto release. Okay. Fuck yeah. Okay. Let's try. No. That's probably actually something all worth doing in the damage type. Because, well, no. Actually, yeah, that is. Because if I eventually have any kind of armor system or anything that maybe can change the stats of the player's damage that they're about to receive, that should all get fed into calculate damage and then just be calculated by the damage type. That should have nothing to do with the player and the way that the player then responds to how that happens. So this all does need to go into calculate damage, whatever. So let's go, like the player should be doing no, or the human actor, whatever, should be doing no calculations once I feed that in. It should just be damaging health and not thinking about what it is. Like the damage type should do all of the stuff that it needs to. If there's shields involved, if there's buffs or debuffs involved, all that damage calculation should be done on the damage type and have nothing to do, with the player. So we calculate damage here, and then we should actually, we are going to need a so we'll set final damage. I didn't think I was going to need an extra variable here, but I definitely will, I think. So we'll go sequence, and then here we can return get final damage, right? So now what I can do is different sequence. Getting out of hand with all these sequences. So calculates the final damage output of this damage type. This and something like that. Okay. So here, and then here we'll go before returning out of this function, we will check for any type of visual effects or sounds we should play from the damage that will be inflicted. So this feels like another pretty basic version of what would eventually go here. But what we're going to want to do is if final damage is greater than 0, then we should get this guy and spawn it in. And now we'll go what else do we need? We have the bone name. We need the mesh that we're going to attach to. So let's pass that over here. Or I guess this would be like, yeah, is that, no, that's like a scene component. Okay. Um, okay, pass in the hit component. Then let me actually swap these around. Damage. Well, I guess that does make more sense. Those are the two primary functions of this, so that's probably fine to do damage, bone name, hit component. Then what else do I need to pass in here for just in cases? Shot from direction and hit normal. And then I also need, I don't need any of the instigated by or damage causer or hit info yet, so I'm not going to worry about that. We'll push all this over a little bit. And on system attached. Let's make another function and let's say damage effects. And then we'll toss damage effects here. And all of this shit go down, down, here, here. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. All right. Now, where was I here? Making the particle system shit work better. So then what do we do here? I actually kind of need a final damage should really be, well, variables here actually just like can't be edited, I don't think, which is very strange. Suppose on spawn. Ooh. Damage effects, whatever, compile. Why? What? So I can, it just doesn't say I can? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Final damage. Is read only within this context. Okay, let me look up Oh, that's why these are all functions and like not an event graph, because you're not meant to like have, not necessarily not meant to have branching logic, but you're not meant to like create things like that that function that way. And if this is, oh no, I need to take damage effects, and we're going to pass in the damage. And we're also going to pass in the shot from direction and the hit normal and the scene component and the phone name. Oop. Okay, get hit normal. Okay. Now that that looks nice and pretty, let's do the actual fucking rest of my job. Get hit component. So let's first do a branch, and we'll say damage is greater than 0. Get damage. Nope. Get damage. So if our damage is greater than 0, we're going to actually, let's take this into a select. Nope. A select. No. God, I wish it was easier to do like a switch case kind of thing. Blueprint switch case. Is there a well, there's switch on, but I like don't want an enum. Switch on. Oh, you can E float types? Oh no, that's just actual types of floats. Like ultimately I'd like to do like a damage system so that the higher the damage threshold, the more blood or like the different types of effects like actually spawn in. Switch on int, which also just feels kind of weird. Oh yeah, that's also not gonna work. Name. Literally do not want to see all these enums. I wish there was ways to like hide things depending on your view. Okay, I don't think that's gonna work the way I'd like it to. So you know what I could do as well, I guess, now that I'm thinking about it. is be passing in the health of the character and do all of the calculation in the damage type, and then have the damage type feed the player back their new health. So the player doesn't do any of that. Like right now, what I have is I calculate the damage over there, and then I pass it back to here to apply it, given a certain set of circumstances. But in reality, I don't think I need to do this to then set that. This should just be passing back our calculated health. And the damage thing could just be running all of its logic on its own. And then here, instead of damage health on damage health, it would just be like a set health. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. Because then anything that implements this bullet damage type is just going to be able to handle that without me having to think about it at all ever again. Okay, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. So let's come back over here to our bullet type damage. And instead of returning this, what we're going to return is an integer with our health after damage. Okay, and then input, we will give it a health. Okay. And here we can say get health. Okay, this all needs to go in its own function as well. I'm tired of seeing all these fucking wires. I need like really nice node fucking little guys to call here. This shit's so gross looking. Okay, let's put this under category health, and then category health damage, I think. So then we'll do a new function on event point damage and now we'll go take damage, we'll take damage type, we'll take hit location, hit not mal, hit component, and then we'll take the bone name, and then the shot from direction, instigated by, damage causer, hit info. Okay. Damage type, hit location is a vector, hit normal is a vector, hit component is a scene component. Nope, not a movie scene component, just a regular scene component. And then bone name is a name. Shot from direction is a vector as well. We'll move that up with the other vectors, I think. Let's reorganize this as well. Hit component, phone name. So we've got our damage type, hit component, phone name. We've got our hit location, normal, shot from direction. And then this is controller, actor, hit result. Controller, actor, hit result. Bullet damage type. Okay, put that there for later. Human player controller. We're gonna go get damage. Goes here. Get health. Goes here. And then we'll go get bone name. Get bone name. I really wish that variables would pop up sooner in the blueprint like search. It's so frustrating that they hit component, especially when saying get. Like, I'd like it to just be so immediately. Like, if I say get, like, I don't really care about seeing like actor transform and stuff. I want to see primarily my fucking variables, but it just never feels like it actually quickly goes to those. Get shot from direction. Then, hit damage type. Okay. Get hit normal. I suppose I should have instigated by controller, actor, hit result. Damage type, controller, actor, hit result. Controller. Actor. Hit result. Instigated by and damage causer. Get instigated by. Get damage causer. Okay. Oh, that looks so nice. Whereas before it looked like complete ass. And this is also about to look like ass. Because I wanted to reorder these because I like stuff to look can make sense and be grouped in ways that are not like they do. Instigated by, damage causer, hit info, shot from direction. Okay. That. And here we'll go. We'll leave damage health there. And the limb destruction stuff can stay there for now. That will eventually get moved into damage type as well, which will be fucking cool. Man, damage types feel really powerful. It was so hard to make sense of these until I started like just fucking with it, but it seems like these are going to be a really nice way to like have super like extensible behavior that when a certain type of damage is being done to any type of object, that damage type thing will just handle all of the logic of it. So like right now my bullet script is calling for event point damage on my player when hitting it. Like the bullet knows that it's hitting something and goes, oh, I'm trying to damage it, so I'll just call to do that. And when that gets to the human and they take all of these pins and then they shove them over to the damage types calculate damage function, any different types of damage I want, I'm going to be able to just shove this interface on it and then get back our actual health, and that damage interface can handle every single part of like, do we do effects, do we do what the actual health amount that's coming back, but do we do sounds, do we do whatever it might need to be from that specific damage source. That feels really powerful. Now let's actually just finish programming it, I guess. So we have our interface, point damage comes in, feed it to our on event point damage, which calls to that damage type's interface to calculate the damage. Then damage calculator gets the bone multiplier right now. That's the only thing I have that's actually affecting the final output. And then we set our final damage, and then we do damage effects based on that final damage. So eventually that'll probably also get a little bit of an overhaul into its own little subsection, but for now that also feels like it's working pretty well. And those are all on the grid. Why is this guy not on the grid? There we go. Okay. And after we call the damage effects, we should return our get health and what? Why did that format that like that? Get health. Oh, there we go. Subtract damage. I need final damage. Get final damage. And then we truncate. Or can this just like round? Yeah. I don't know what's faster, truncating or rounding. Okay. So let's go to our damage effects. And if our damage is greater than 0, right? So if we're doing no damage. As of right now, I don't want to do any effects. Although there's pretty much no situation in which this won't do 0 damage to something. So let me plug my phone in real quick. Now, let's see. Or we're going to need our get shot from direction. And we'll pass that, make rotation around the X, pass it into there. Our hit component, then we get bone name, pass it into our attach point, and then I need to pass in the hit location as well. Location, normal, shot from direction, and then the component that we hit and the name of it, the bone that we hit in that component. Get hit. Oh, what is this? Calculate damage. Shot from direction, hit normal. Oh. Well, that's interesting because I'm getting all that info from the hit result. So I don't, yeah, I have the actor, I have the component, I have the bone name. I really just need to be passing over the hit result. That was so much extra typing for no fucking reason. So after damage causer, whether it's blocking or overlapping, hit info, time, distance, the location, the impact point, the normal. So we have our what do we need here? For my damage effects to work, we need the component, the bone name, the location, and where we were shot from. Now, what is contained in here is the component, the location, the bone name, and where we were shot from. But it's weird that they don't. Why? I don't necessarily understand why they would pass in all these extra variables if those all are contained in the hit info. Take a look at the fucking bullet that applies the point damage now, because that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Bullet hit, apply point damage. Yeah, we pass in the hit result and where we were hit from this direction. That just doesn't add up to me necessarily. I don't think that makes a lot of sense to like double up on all those variables. Now that I've like quintupled up on all of these fucking variables. So I don't need the name. I don't need the component. Shot from direction. Hit normal. Instigated. Well, no, I should keep instigated by, and I should keep damage causer. But I can go like that. These guys can get gone. I don't need that, hit location, or hit normal. Oh, the shot from direction. Info, impact normal, impact point. I mean, I assume the impact normal is actually the direction it was shot from. Like the... Yeah, that feels unnecessary as well, so anything below damage besides instigated, causer, and hit result, I do not need at all. Dead hit info. Phone name, hit component, shot from direction, hit normal. And then I need to go to my damage event graph. Take a little peek-see. Don't need shot from direction. It's just that shit there. So we start to take damage, pass in all of that. All of that goes to the calculate damage interface. And let's rearrange these. Get rid of this, and we'll just say target, damage, instigated, causer, hit info, hit health. Great. Then I don't think this is something I need to do right now, but what could be nice to have on here that isn't is if I pass in my max health, I could see a situation in which I want to take the character's max health into consideration for some kind of damage related calculation. It's not really something I need right now, but might as well get max health. Health, max health, and then damage health, we can remove that. Damage health changes to an int. And then let's actually change this to set health from damage. And then this is going to be on set health from damage. And this needs to be an int as well. And we'll change this to new health. Set this here. Okay. So if health is greater than 0, we can take the damage and we'll set it. Great. Now let's go to... Ooh, and you know what's also going to be cool? If I do a damage type interface, so that when the damage effects are saying, oh, we're doing a damage of this amount to your health, why don't you call like the on damage type interface calculation and we do the blood effects, or like whatever is specific to the character that's being damaged by the bullet type. Okay, I think that makes more sense now. I'm starting to put the pieces together here, actually. This is all so fucking scattered a little bit right now, I think, but I do see an end in sight here. So set health from damage, and then on set health from damage, if our health is greater than 0, then we can set that lower. Then on event point damage, let's see. Do I have a interface here? That color, let's make this like gray or something. And add to favorites. Cool. So interfaces. Image type, interface. And then we'll say I need a different blueprint class, blueprint. Interface, we'll say damageable interface. And actually just throw this entirely under interfaces. So we'll say damage. And then this will just be a float. Damage amount. Okay, let me come back to that a little bit later. I don't really need to be doing that right now. I should try and finish out this other thought before I get super lost in the sauce and trying to add some other functionality that isn't needed yet. So let's say get hit result, get hit result. And we'll pass in hit result bone name. And I also then, no, I can't recombine that. That's kind of annoying as fuck. Just looks really gross to have this gigantic fucking bullshit here. But whatever, it's fine. And then, oh, damage effects doesn't need all of this. It doesn't need me to pass in location or normal or shot from or the hit component or the bone name. It just needs me to pass in a hit result. And then I can combine, pass that there. And that looks significantly fucking cleaner than it did. Get hit results. And split this. Okay, so let's do trace start, trace end. No. We'll say impact point, then hit result bone name, and then we attach it to this component, and then we use the hit result, the impact normal, or the hit result normal. I think it's the impact normal. That's the normal of the thing that I'm hitting, right? Not the impact normal would be the, or the hit result normal would be the surface itself, but I want the normal of where I hit from as like a direction to rotate around. And then I mean, right now this is all stuff that I think actually won't belong in here eventually. This would be using that damageable interface. Okay, so on event point damage, or the bullet calls for event point damage. We toss all of that info to on event point damage, and then ask the damage type that's been passed in from the bullet to calculate some damage for us. That damage calculation happens here. Then the bullet goes into a function to check for any damage effects that need to happen, right?